Thanks, Rishi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We started 17 days ago with 32, but only one can prevail here on Snooker's D-Day. Welcome to the third instalment of this year's Betfred.com World Championship Final. We are in for an epic afternoon because this is where snooker dreams are made. Please welcome snooker's comeback king of the year. Down in December, magnificent in May. What a story, what a player. A superb fight back against Trump. He's been playing like a man who has nothing to lose. A winner in Wales, a master in Shanghai. He is 11 frames away from achieving his lifelong ambition here at the Crucible. He's flying high. He is the captain. He is Ali Carter! And his opponent, the most naturally gifted player ever to grace the modern game. His form has been inspired here. A standing ovation against Williams, 6 in a row against every opponent so far. He's played with a smile, and quite simply, he's been sublime. His break of 92 yesterday was amazing. He is 8 frames away from a 4th global crown. He is so fast, blink and you'll miss him. The Rocket. Ronnie O'Sullivan!
Good afternoon. 35 frames final of the Betfred.com. After two sessions,
Ali Carter to break.
Ali Carter trailed by 10 frames to 7. But he's already done well enough to confound those who believed that this final would turn into a runaway for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Twice O'Sullivan has got 4 frames in front. At 9-5 and 10-6. But Carter won the last frame last evening to reduce the score to the current 10-7.
Yes, and I expect some tension today between these two early on. This is where it can all happen. Thumbs up from Ronnie there with the O'Sullivan balcony. Quite busy. Can't see his father up there actually, but there's a youngster in there. That's one of Ronnie's children there. Absolute ringer for Ronnie himself.
Yes, he's Ronnie the third.
Yeah, he looks just like his dad. There they all are.
committed himself fully to that.
Saying last night that they both looked jaded, to be fair, towards the end. I know it's easy to say when balls are missed, but you can understand why after 16 days, although, of course,
8.
Ali didn't come in until the middle of the first week. But he's played a lot of snooker in that time. In a way, it might be tougher if you're playing it all in a condensed spell of time and matches. But this is the last day now, and I think whatever tiredness they felt early in the semi-finals and early in the final, now, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, I don't think weariness will play a part today. The adrenaline should keep them going. They'll be tired tomorrow, I think.
16.
Played into the pack and could have been better. He's got something very thin if he wants it. He's done most of the stuff he could have done on this shot without it working out. This is awkward. Oh, he'll take that. I tell you, he will take that result. For a second, it looked like the yellow was going in, but staying over the pocket is a very good kiss indeed.
It's made such a difference, that yellow dropping in or not.
$19.
I'm sure that O'Sullivan has prepared himself psychologically to try to make a decisive surge.
Yes, and he's got that 3-frame lead. If he could make it 4 or 5, that might just
27.
put Carter away, and it might take away any vigour that he might have had going into this session.
28.
There was a school of thought going into this day's play that Ronnie would have been regretful that he wasn't further than 10-7 in front. And I can understand where that was coming from. He could have won probably 2 or 3 more of the frames, and if he had have done so, he would have been gone. That's what he's looking to win for the 4th time.
$43. $44.
I think the red that he kissed pots to the same pocket he's going to take the black into. Has he got the angle on the black? He looks a little bit straightish on it. Yeah, just the wrong side of straight. He's going to play this with a little gentle screw back. That's beautifully played. Again, playing these sort of shots.
51.
And Ronnie makes that look easy, but that had to be very precise, that shot. And this red will make another red available to the opposite corner, the one to the left of it.
52.
When he gets in round the bunch, even if the reds aren't spread wide to begin with, I always fancy him for a pretty substantial contribution because he's got such an array of developing shots.
Yeah, he's absolute class when it comes to scoring and
59.
shot selection, break building. Well,
60.
if he plays the black, it's a missable shot. Hand on the cushion rail. I'm not saying he will miss it. The pink's probably an easier pot. But he never looked like missing it, did he? Well, immediately Ronnie O'Sullivan is within 1 pot away from winning the first frame.
67.
We've not been going any time at all here.
This is how he likes to play.
68.
One chance snooker. put the frame away in one scoring visit.
It's not a very long frame, going around 7 minutes.
74.
And his time at the table 6 minutes 20. So within 7 minutes the frame is done. Just the kind of start you'd have wanted, but and what happened to sort of a little bit of nerves and playing the final session or the final day at the Crucible has not been evident here.
Left-handed, bridging over a ball, no problem.
And the other thing about Ronnie is that while players hit a bit of a brick wall after a few days, I think Ronnie could go on playing for a month like this, the Crucible, if he had to, because everything comes so instinctively to him anyway.
It does. I'm not so keen. I'm not so sure he'd be so
95.
keen on playing for a month if most of the frames
96.
were the sort of fragmentary frames that we saw quite a lot of yesterday.
Well, he's already got them going with that.
For his first chance, long red and a break of 101. For the third time in the match, Ronnie O'Sullivan goes 4 frames clear. He leads by 11 frames to 7. Now, O'Sullivan looks so fresh and keen in that frame, a contrast to how he and indeed his opponent ended last evening's session. The very last frame, for instance, was very hard work for both. It was won by Carter. The highest break in that frame was 23. But O'Sullivan has come out today like champagne springing from an uncorked bottle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously mentally, I don't know how much longer he could play on, but I think what I was saying kind of is that as far as his game, his cue action and all the things that he's got, the mechanics of it, he could do it every day, I think. I mean, that was a lovely long pot. Some players lose their way a little bit, need a bit of time back on the practice table, away from the gaze of it all. So mentally he'd probably struggle after any longer than 2.5 weeks. His game looks in tip-top condition still, doesn't it? So that has set Carter back immediately. He knew he had to make a good start, and he's not seen which way Ronnie went there.
Carter has potted 89% of the balls that he's attempted. O'Sullivan 93%.
It's not badly played. I know a red's gone close to a pocket, but he's got a good weight on the cue ball.
He was cutting that red into the black, but it slid off the top of the black as we look at it to finish in a potable position.
Well, that was wild from O'Sullivan.
Foul.
And he's had a bit of a result there. Not the black in, but I don't know if his hand slipped or what, but that was slightly reckless, almost overconfident.
Well, the idea was to pot the red, scatter the bunch and take a chance for position on a colour.
Well, he missed the pot by a long way, overcut it dramatically. Didn't leave Ali anything. Well, Ronnie has just missed a Slightly easier red than this.
This time, though, the cue ball won't be going into the bunch. So he can just try to stroke this red in.
Not perfectly on the black, slightly coming away from the reds.
Eight.
May have intended to cannon that red.
Just played a little
Ronnie
safety
Sullivan,
shot there to get down into a corner. Well, there's always those shots on the way back. There's normally a red in the way, and you think, well, I've got to avoid that. And the amount of times that you can't manage it is untrue. Don't think there's an easy red, though, to start with. It might be the red that he nudged into.
No problem at all. The way that O'Sullivan has started looks ominous for Carter.
Very clean pot. This didn't touch the side of the pocket whatsoever. And go as far as to say this is a frame-winning chance, but it could be in within 4 or 5 shots. It's a good shot. Just missed the bump of the middle pocket.
5. 6. 13.
Damien Hirst in the middle there. The multi-millionaire artist. Well, that's CJ DeMoy, who features on Eggheads regularly.
I'm only just trying to make this into a even better opportunity. He, as
21.
I said earlier, is 1 or 2 shots away from doing so now. He's got the angle. If he wants to play into the pack of reds, he goes into the right-hand side of the pack with the red sticking out. It's not actually a bad pack to go into. Yeah, I mean, it's a... If he's not on anything perfectly, he's unfortunate. He's looking at the 2-ball plant, which...
28.
He misjudged one of these yesterday. And that looks to me as if he could pot it off the far jaw. He missed one to the near jaw, to the opposite middle. I was most surprised he played. That is one. I think he can knock it in. And if he plays up for the blue, he's likely to get it. He's not playing it, though. Playing the red in the middle. Surprised he didn't play the plant. I thought it was there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 28.
Shot he played was a good one if he'd have got it 2 cushions round for the black. Queuing down on the red. Carter still not potted a ball this afternoon. 7 points he got was from the O'Sullivan knocking the black in. He didn't score a point in the first frame. I won't fill in with a lot of confidence as of yet. 17 minutes, but that equates to almost a couple of frames. The speed that Ronnie managed to win the last frame in.
Not his best.
No, he said good shot under his breath, being slightly sarcastic, but that was a pretty miserable effort. One thing he couldn't do was leave the red that was up the table there past the blue. He's left the cut to the middle. Cue ball is not under great control. Difficult shot to screw as opposed to play just plain ball. He's going to pot his first red now. This is Carter's first opportunity.
One.
Well, it's a pretty poor shot.
4.
Can only assume that the 2 reds close together, the left-hand one will pot, because all I can think of is that's what he played on. But yeah, it will go. Not on it in a great spot though. This is missable. Very well done. That's not the worst result ever.
Carter, 5.
Can't afford to miss those. The outcome of that shot watched with dismay by Carter's box, with Peter Ebden prominent there.
No, that was a worrying miss. That was regulation, to be honest.
1.
That pink there. I mean, look, there's nothing. The reason he's missed it thick, he's holding for the next red, but he shouldn't miss those. He's trying not to go too far up the table, so he missed it on the thick side. It's something that you would do on that shot. But if Ronnie wins the frame here, which he could do, the match is quickly running away from Ali Carter.
Eight.
The trouble with the black here is that you'd like to run it through and get onto the reds to the opposite corner, but the red down below is making that awkward. It's in the way. That's why he's playing this shot, and he's played it pretty well. Needed 38 points. You can take certainly 2 reds and 2 pinks, around about
14.
52 in it if he takes those 2. Could take a black with one of those, which means
15.
he'll want 1 further red after this. So red, pink or black, followed by a red. Now he's looking at that red, fairly narrow one, or it's the one
21.
down the cushion. The good point is he doesn't need a colour with either, so he can get behind the red down the cushion or get behind the red over the middle. Just drop it in and be done with it. Not think too much about needing a colour afterwards.
22.
Nice position to be in. So this for the frame, and he'll be playing
29.
this pretty slow, I think.
Carter can only regret the opportunity he missed.
Yeah, and the reason I say he was going to play it slowly was that, the slower you play it,
37.
the more you're giving the pocket every chance.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 37. And the frame.
So breaks of 34 and 37 in that frame from O'Sullivan. Put him 5 frames clear for the first time. He leads by 12 frames to 7. O'Sullivan would have come out here with the intention of making a surge in this penultimate session. So would Carter, of course, but Carter yet to make any impact. 5 frames is going to take some getting back.
Yeah, and he went red, green, red from his one decent chance, and missing a simple pink. None of those things inspire you to come out and beat someone who still looks to be playing near the top of his game. I mean, I've known him play better, O'Sullivan, but he's doing a pretty effective job out there, isn't he?
Quick financial note, £125,000 for the runner-up, $250,000 for the winner. But of course it's primarily about glory.
Frame 20. Ali Carter to break.
Well, Carter's got to find something from somewhere, and I would suggest he has to win the next 2 frames, because if he loses this session 3-1 or 4-0, of course, would be no use to anybody. But Carter will spend that 15 minutes thinking that he's going to be world champion again. He's got to peg him back with these 2, I think. It's now or never for me.
Young Ronnie at the front there in the box. How many kids have the chance to watched their father win a world championship.
It's an interesting shot from O'Sullivan, played with left-hand side, and I suggest that's a good shot. Didn't want to take the pot on. I think he's at the point where he knows that if he keeps going the way he is and doesn't do anything silly and present chances, then Ellie's going to struggle. I don't think he's going to make much of his own accord at the moment. Sense that he felt that way yesterday for a period of the match.
No escape back to baulk down the right. Carter contemplating rolling into the bunch, but has decided on something else. Tried to screw the cue ball back to the baulk cushion, but when you're moving on several reds with a shot like that, it's always possibly going to leave one.
Yeah, it's a tester though. It is long range, but yeah, it could have gone anywhere. I don't see how Ronnie will be able to resist going for this. Cued one in the first frame and made a century from it. First frame of the session, that is. That's the first one he's hit, I would say, pretty badly. If you go back a year, 18 months, his long game wasn't in very good shape. It's a bit more in keeping with how things were, as I say, a year, 18 months ago, that shot. Since then, he seems to have found something again with his long-range pots.
From his face, no difficulty in divining what he thought of that effort.
Well, I can tell you, Ronnie is not like a mere mortal out there, I realise, but when you do hit a long shot and you miss it by quite a way in a match, you kind of start to wonder. You have one or two doubts about the way you're hitting them, and you can't stop thinking about it. It would be, unnatural, I think, not to.
He has, however, looked deadly when he's in close.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you look at Stephen Hendry's game, we know that he's retired, and we know that he's retired because he's not quite the player he was. But the one thing that Hendry had right until the end was the ability to score heavily in the balls. And Ronnie will always have that, I feel. He's quite frighteningly good, isn't he, at short range around the black spot.
Made his first century when he was 10. He told me about it once. 117 it was.
Well, I played him at 12 in North Wales at Prestatyn in the big Pro-Am, which was quite a major tournament in those days. And he was a qualifier. at age 12, and I'd already seen him play a little bit, and I had to give him a start. All right, I mean, I was a leading professional at the time. I only beat him 4-2. You know, he was quite an extraordinary talent then, and I remember his father coming up and saying, you know, how nice of me it was to treat him with respect, but I knew then he was going to be something a little bit special. And that's not any kind of embellishment of the truth. He was 12 years old, and he'd qualified out of a number of hundred players to get there, to play the professionals.
Carter's played a couple of good shots to leave the cue ball on the black cushion. So Carter brings the safety duel to an end.
Very good chance where the balls are, and sometimes these are the kind of chances you need to get you going. If he's not quite firing, lots of reds in the middle of the table like this, where you have to think slightly differently to conventional break building. It can work in your favour. It can just get you playing a few shots and thinking nothing's particularly difficult, get to 20 or 30 and things start to come back.
Nine. 10.
I think he's slightly fortunate
17.
to be on a red there. He definitely didn't play the shot that he ended up getting.
Twenty-one.
He doesn't have to play down onto the black. Like you say, he's still got reds down the table. He could keep going somewhere to restoring his confidence by just screwing up for a bolt colour, keeping the break alive. Oh, he's missed it. Well, I thought it was a pretty safe bet playing that shot. I mean, that was a less risky option than playing on the black. Oh dear, that's a worry. That's probably a worse miss in the pink, I think, into the opposite corner, because he wasn't doing much with that shot. And a huge margin He's overcut it.
Don't make unforced errors. Don't miss pots that are well within your normal range of ability.
One.
You just feel that if O'Sullivan won this frame, then surely there would be no way back mentally for Ali Carter. Never mind how the score is, just his mind, because he's missed a couple of absolute sitters. Ronnie's got hold of that much too much. Lands on the red to the middle. Not played, I would say.
Seven. $14. $15.
Not the best.
No, I think he might have tried to screw around the back of that red. It's quite awkward, this. He's going towards the other two reds and screwing towards the middle pocket as well. It's not an easy shot. You can just see it. We're right behind it, and you can see what he's got here. He's got a thin shot into the two reds, or avoiding that. He's got to be very careful the way he plays it. Yeah, I'm not surprised that didn't go in. It was where the cue ball was going to finish that was the issue. Also, it's where the cue ball's finished now, which is the issue.
Well, O'Sullivan must have realised the importance of that visit. Golden chance to go 6 clear.
This is not hanging over the pocket, this red, either. It's, I'm sure it's cuttable, but he's got to catch this thin. It's not the kind of shot you want when he's just missed an easy one into the same pocket. That's good work. Well done. Needs a bit of good fortune now. Yep, he's had it.
One.
Well, I wouldn't deny him that. He didn't have a clue where the balls were going to finish, but they've landed nicely. But I would suggest this will be his last opportunity. I don't see him getting another one. He's got to take this.
5.
Because I feel that next time O'Sullivan would clear up.
6. $11. $12. $19. $20.
Early in the frame, Carter made what looked like being a disastrous error. But O'Sullivan gave him a reprieve by making a mistake of his own.
23. $24.
The red by the pink is the one that's bothering him. Of course, if he could pot that one, it would open everything up. Well, certainly make this into a frame-winning chance. He could have played on it there, but he didn't have a lot of room. Strange shot selection to play on this red. It makes me feel that there's more mileage in the frame still here. Now, I always say he's one of the better rest players in the world, but this is a very tough one.
Particularly under pressure. Carter's had two great chances. He's not made the most of either of them.
I thought he looked like he could play on the red by the pink there. Maybe, obviously, he was behind the shot, but he chose not to. But that really is the key red, and he refused to take on that chance, perhaps.
1.
Carter had a very good chance there to reduce the gap to 4 frames. Here's O'Sullivan's chance to go 6 clear, although the 2 remaining reds are not ideally placed, far from it.
No, that's a good shot to give him a chance to pot this red if he fancies it down there. Does he, is the question. Possibly
6.
not. Of course, if you missed that, it would really present Carter with a chance. Yeah. I suppose you could play it in such a way that if it stays over the pocket, he might be able to cover it with 2 or 3 other balls. Get the cue ball out there. The green, red and pink might be in the way of the pot, should he miss it. But he could play the safety shot as well. Yeah, he's not playing the pot. Just keeping the pressure on. I think that's right.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Perhaps could have played it better. I think the red is potable, albeit not easy. That was a bit unfortunate. It looked for all the world that was going to go in.
Sometimes when that sort of red jaws, it goes over the other corner. But not that time.
Now then, it's all about here whether
1.
he can stun across to the right of the table and get behind that red, because there's no other reason after that why he shouldn't win the frame.
That wasn't an easy shot that O'Sullivan just played so nonchalantly, left-handed.
I think we do slightly take for granted his abilities left-handed. It's quite something. Now, we saw the angle. It's particularly straight-looking, isn't it? That, yeah, I mean, he'd love to get there, but I think if it was so easy, he would have done it. He can get there off the yellow. Again, left-handed. This would take pinpoint positional skill. You know what? That's not bad, but it still isn't quite right. This
3.
is a missable shot from hand on the side cushion. Cue ball right under the rail there. Sullivan has recognised where this frame stands. I think this is the one. It would just take him a long way away from his opponent, and psychologically, possibly the breaking of him.
O'Sullivan set to take a 6-frame lead.
Nine.
Yeah, he needs the lot. He
12.
needs the black as well. If he pots up to the pink, he'll be 7 in front, so he will need them all. That's up to and including the pink. So he has a little bit of work still to be done, but you do think that he's a strong favourite to win the frame.
16.
Played that very nicely as well. Now it's just one shot from here. He's just getting a nice angle on the pink. The black's not even on its spot. In this case, it's nearer the middle of the table, which makes it even easier for O'Sullivan.
$21. $27.
Well, not bad. Left-handed, no doubt. Giving this full care and attention.
O'Sullivan goes 6 frames clear. Carter having had 2 great chances to reduce the gap to 4. O'Sullivan leads by 13 frames to 7.
Yeah, and that really was the big one. And there was a little look of determination on O'Sullivan's face as that went in, and a look of resignation on Carter's face. Now, just a quick hello to somebody who's a regular on liveworldsnooker.tv, Frederick Herbert, who lives in Montreal, friend of Alain Robidoux, a former semi-finalist here. He's been watching and listening throughout the whole of the season, and he's enjoying the snooker. He said he can hear some Chinese broadcasters in the background. Well, there is a lot of excitement here. It is the final day of the World Championships. Hope it's not spoiling your viewing. I doubt it, because we're watching another great day. O'Sullivan perhaps taking his 4th world title. Hello to Frederick over there in Montreal.
It really would be great if we could have a top Canadian player again. In the 80s, there were 3. Cliff Thorburn, Kirk Stevens, Bill Werbeneck, and players like Jim White, Alain Robidoux not far behind.
No, Alain Robidoux, a slightly later era, wasn't he? And of course he reached the semi-finals, as we were saying there, and made his peace with Ronnie O'Sullivan, who they had a bit of a fallout. Well, I think Alain, who was one of the nicest guys I ever met actually on the tour, didn't think that he was being respectful in playing left-handed, but of course now we all know, we didn't at the time, that he's just very good at that.
Thank you,
and I know they
O'Sullivan
certainly ended up pretty good friends actually, those two.
Five more frames to be played this afternoon. So mathematically, O'Sullivan could win with a session to spare, although I do believe that if he did get to 17, the match would be suspended, so that we did have an evening session of some sort. Carter's long pot failed. O'Sullivan's at shorter range, about half ball, succeeded.
Three.
Now, 6 frames in front. Is O'Sullivan about to turn it on?
Well, I just saw a little gritting of the teeth when that black went in left-handed. And you'd have thought that, you know, he probably felt like he was home and hosed already, but not necessarily. That frame was the one. You know, he's got his family and all his close friends up in that box, and he wants to win it for those people. Very, very proud day for Ronnie O'Sullivan, playing in a World Championship final. You feel sometimes that, you know, he takes it for granted, but I don't think that's the case. You know, I think this would mean a lot to him. Cue ball just drifted across there from left to right. I don't know if he had side on that ball, but he's landed okay. Ali Carter came into this final
14.
with 11 matches against O'Sullivan, at which he had never won anything. He'd lost them all.
15.
So that was always against him. And I'm saying, yes, he's some pretty heavyweight clashes one in a World Championship final, in a best of 25 frame match here at the Crucible as well. So they'd played in some big matches.
22.
O'Sullivan beat Carter 18-8 in the 2008 final. I think Carter is a better player now than he was then, and certainly his tactical game kept O'Sullivan quiet for long periods yesterday.
Yeah, Carter lost 13-7 to O'Sullivan back in 2005 in the second round. So that, as I say, is another one of the big matches they've played. And it would be, I would say, significant that he's never beaten him. It really is quite a damning stat, that. O'Sullivan marches on.
23.
So what you're saying, Neil, is that Carter is up against not only how O'Sullivan actually plays, but a kind of mental barrier from never having beaten him.
I think that when you've got, I mean, people talk about the head-to-heads not being important, and invariably if someone's played 10 times and someone's won 7 of them, the other guy's won 3, you know, it doesn't mean that much. But 11-0, you know, that is more than just a snooker match trying to win here. As you say, there's a hurdle to be jumped, you know, mentally, and it's no disgrace never to have beaten O'Sullivan, but it would have helped had he been able to do so. And what's happening here? There's all kinds of... This is an interesting one, isn't it? This is how Michaela Tabb is going to find out with this pink spot. She's taken the red away. All clever stuff, this.
Just a slight nudge of the
Give him a
pink
few minutes.
with the red. This is a nightmare for any referee. A replacement job.
Lots of fun and games, but this is tough for Michaela, and anyone would find it that way. I think it will go in there. I think it's just a question of... Well, what's happening here? Well, now she's just got to get it as near to the middle as she can. I think that'll do. I mean, I haven't seen it very often where you've got to put a ball right in the middle of a pack of reds. That is quite rare. And did nudge her red with a finger, but no, she did well there. That's that's got her thinking, isn't it? Good referee, Michaela. Very, very good.
Yes, originally fast-tracked, but soon proved that she could do the job to the required standard.
30.
Started as a pool referee and still referees big time pool on occasion.
$37. $38. $45.
Just looking at the angle he wants from the black to break the reds open.
46.
And I think that whatever angle he wanted, he's got. No luck there.
53.
As good as you are, you just need a little bit of luck with that type of shot. Great recovery.
Very much so. Tremendous shot. And he misses a slightly easier brown than the red he potted into the same pocket.
The fact that the pack of reds didn't split favourably was the factor which prevented him from winning that frame in one scoring visit. Carter's got to respond here, and if he does, it would give him new heart.
Well, that's a good shot. Now, that's probably the best striking we've seen from Carter this afternoon. He's not hit many very well, I have to say, but that was a good one. And he could pinch this frame.
Nine.
Well, there's nothing difficult except for the situation itself. The most difficult red is the one on the right of the table, and that is very gettable on from there.
16. $20. $21. $28. $29.
You see, that's the red I was saying about. It wasn't that awkward to get on it.
34.
He's managed to do so, and unless he takes the black with this, he'll need up to it, including the black. Otherwise, he could have put it up to the pink, but now that he's not on the black, he wants the lot. Well, he's taken these well, but this is the most difficult shot coming up. A bit like the Cliff Thorburn shot for during the 147 this, all those years ago, where he stunned it off the cushion and up.
Well,
Carter 41.
His angle on the pink was such that he couldn't get the cue ball any closer to the yellow than that. I think in confident mood, going well, Carter would have still potted that yellow, but he's really up against it, so I'm not entirely surprised that he missed it.
No, I didn't think he would clear up, but the angle wasn't bad on the yellow, but as Clive said, he was just a long way away from it. That was the problem. And it was a natural up and down, but he'll be playing out of the snooker now. Well, you know, I don't expect him to go around the back of this, but it is a possibility if he's not careful. I'd like to hit a real good solid two cushion. And that's it. They've done that very nicely. Don't know whether O'Sullivan can get to the edge of this or not. He certainly can, but the potting angle, open to debate as to whether he can get to that. Well, he didn't think so.
So after a break of 54 from O'Sullivan and a reply of 41 from Carter, the frame comes to a tactical conclusion.
Good shot. He just managed to avoid the double kiss, which was very much on. It was risky, mind, the way he played it. But he has got the snooker. Ronnie playing the swerve onto the bottom cushion. He needs to get this tight.
And he hasn't.
Well, I can only assume he's played it in a strange way there with right-hand side to finish left of the table. But that made the pot much more difficult. He got absolutely nowhere near that. That's disappointing.
Two.
O'Sullivan needs green and brown.
Five.
This brown to go 7 clear.
Yeah, he knows it as well. Not thinking about getting on the next ball. I was saying that. He's played on the blue anyway. maybe one of those shots it was just as easy to play on it as to drop it in. The bottom line is it's a frame that Carter could have stolen, and he had more than a couple of chances to do so, to be fair.
Not only in this frame, but the frame before, Carter had a couple of possible frame-winning chances, but he couldn't take them. And Ronnie O'Sullivan has won all 4 frames prior to the mid-session interval, and now leads by 7. 14 frames to 7 is his advantage. He's within 4 frames of his 4th world title. Don't know just exactly how long the intermission will last. The host broadcaster will have his own plans, but it will be about a quarter of an hour, and when there is more play, we'll be commentating on it. So, all set for the resumption. Ronnie O'Sullivan holding a commanding lead of 14-7.
Thank you. Frame 22, Ali Carter to break.
I'm sure that Carter, with his pride of performance, will try to put a better complexion on the score, even though he would very likely consider it unrealistic to win from the unpromising position of 14-7 down. Although Mark Williams won from 13-7 down against Matthew Stevens in the 2000 final, but such is O'Sullivan's aura, such is Carter's poor record against O'Sullivan. 1-0, lost 11. It's all very unlikely.
Would I be right in saying that Jimmy was 14-8 up against Hendry and lost the last 10?
You would be right. And an unstoppable 10-frame burst that was. I say unstoppable. White did have a few chances along the way, but Hendry really did turn it on.
It's not a good side of that red to hit.
Too straight on that red though, couldn't get position from it.
That was at the start of the session. Don't know whether he can possibly get on the black at all from anywhere up there. There might be an area that he can.
Overscrewed.
1.
O'Sullivan not playing safe off the right-hand edge of the black because it would send red next to it towards the pocket.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Well, what's in the pack? Is that a plant? Don't know. I think he's more concerned that he'll leave something near a pocket if he plays off the pack of reds. Just trying to work out where they're going to all finish.
He knew that he was moving that red towards the pocket, but he was backing his ability to cover it without a yellow or green. It's taken 7 hours for O'Sullivan to get into this commanding position.
You can see he can get to reds, but finding an edge of one, not easy. That one on the right would be very thin, not to going off.
Carter's thought about it for 1:10. Played down in the left-hand corner, knowing that he was going to leave a red across to the other corner pocket, but noting that black ball position would be very difficult to obtain. O'Sullivan has saved it up for Carter on many occasions. In the Northern Ireland Trophy 2007 he beat Carter 5-2 and made 5 centuries. That's a record that would never be beaten in a best of 9. Well, that's a surprise. O'Sullivan hasn't missed many balls like that.
One.
Slightly wrong side of this, although reds to the right corner are available, more than one of them. See that he's got the angle to come through Bolt, but he wouldn't probably need to, judging by where the reds are finished. There's two reds that are very potable. You could get nearer to them, but I just don't think it's that relevant that he does.
Six. Seven.
Well, played a fuller contact on the pink here, and half ball takes him down towards the left-hand pocket. Probably the last place he would have wanted to be on the table. So frustration at the break ends only at 12.
Ali Carter 12.
Kind of seized up a little bit, hasn't he, Carter? Hasn't played today at all.
Let's not forget, though, how well he played earlier in the tournament, notably to beat Judd Trump in the second round from 3 down with 4 to play, and also came through a tough quarter-final against the Welsh qualifier Jamie Jones, 13-11.
He certainly played a lot of snooker to get here.
It was a long, hard match to beat Stephen Maguire, 17-12 as well. Meanwhile, O'Sullivan book safety behind the green.
Ronnie's pot success, 92%. You don't feel he's played at his absolute best, but he certainly played well enough. Now, can he get to that red near the pocket? Probably not. What if it's a 4-ball plant, actually? If he could hit the red onto the red and yellow, I wonder if that's on. It's a very difficult one to judge.
Foul. Ali Carter 6.
Well, he's played the cue ball, unfortunately, too well there. This looks like a go-again shot to me that Carter has been left with. Didn't think it was a free ball, to be honest. Didn't think it was, and I think it's been confirmed now. Carter says there's no need to check. It's not that red, it's the red on the left there that you can obviously see both sides of. So he puts Ronnie in again, and no surprise there. The best of shots. Ronnie comes right round. I suspect it will cut in, but it's borderline, this one. Maybe not looking at that. It's a bit close to it. It might not slip in there. But he's got a red up into the top left pocket. Not that far from being off straight. Long way for the red to travel.
Seven. Eight.
Slightly short of speed again. That's a top shot there. Beautiful shot. Played it firmly with good control. It's not an easy combination.
$15. 21. $22. 27.
Couldn't quite manage to get on his next red though.
Alec Carter, 27.
Good shot to thread the cue ball round behind yellow and red.
Well, Ronnie has won every frame today. You kind of wonder how he's going to win this frame. It's not impossible. You feel that at some point he could still get a chance to, the way that Carter's been a bit rocky today. He's not quite been there. The sharpness has left his game. Played a couple of good shots so far this frame, but not quite at the point where O'Sullivan won't be winning it yet. And that was a nice safety shot from Ronnie.
So, is this the chance which O'Sullivan can exploit to continue his winning streak? In every match in this tournament, he's had a 6-frame winning streak. At some point, he stands on 4 at the moment.
Certainly a bad red to move, the one by the yellow, because that was the one that was almost making the clearance impossible. Now that's in the open. Anything is possible, I suppose.
I didn't catch exactly what O'Sullivan said, but he was dissatisfied through not screwing back further.
Well, whatever he said, he'll be saying it again here. He's overcut that one quite a lot. It's a bit of a struggle, that was. Those 2 or 3 shots.
It's not so bad though, is it, Neil, when you're 7 frames in front?
Just needs to keep going, doesn't he? He's not got as anywhere near as many problems with his game as Carter.
Ultra thin contact, getting the cue ball away to Borg. Tough pot that was. As is this, bridging across the side cushion.
Speedy played it was a surprise to me. Hit it slowly, didn't he? Which means it was always going to stay near the pocket if he missed it.
I doubt that he would have played it like that if the match had been closer.
The angle's on to go into the 4 reds. Might give these a real whack, actually. Well, it was quite a big target, really.
Six.
Well, I don't know whether he realised that plant was on.
Alec Archer 7.
Ronnie playing as if in the snooker. It's an odd frame, this, isn't it? It's an odd frame, and it's the kind of frame that Carter needs to stagger over the line in. Thought he could maybe have just got some of the cue ball in behind that, but obviously he felt differently about it.
Yes, if he'd rolled up to the green very tight, he could have got under the edge. Tough pot, that. So here's a chance for Carter to get a frame on the scoreboard. Only needs this red.
One.
Well, they certainly hugged the cushion along there. Ronnie will concede. He won't be playing on here, I don't suppose. Carter's won his first frame of the day.
Ali Carter 7 and Diffley.
So O'Sullivan's lead is reduced to 14-8. Carter celebrates ironically his first success of the day. But Carter is still 6 frames behind. What he has done, though, through winning that frame, is to assure us of an evening session. O'Sullivan can't get to 18 this afternoon, even if all frames are played. World Snooker do have the option of curtailing the session a frame or even 2 frames early if they so desire, and if O'Sullivan had been able to win the frame in 3 sessions, they might well have done so in order to have a proper presentation this evening rather than possibly rush it this afternoon. But as a snooker match, the sting has rather gone out of it at the moment. O'Sullivan is still so far in front.
23. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if Ali could win the remaining frames this afternoon, it would still be a game, that's for sure. Although it doesn't look like he's playing well enough to do that.
Yes, I guess 14-11 at the interval would still leave O'Sullivan needing 3 to win. My arithmetic's cracking up, it would be 4.
Very good at those shots with hand on the cushion, you know, O'Sullivan. Doesn't miss many of those. I know it's, we say that he's good at most things. He's Ali Carter going slightly over the top about winning his first frame of the afternoon. But you've got to enjoy these moments when they come.
8. Nine.
Two reds, two blacks, the host broadcaster
16.
reminds us. Early warning, very early warning of a possible maximum.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
I think he missed that because he wanted to hit it straight on to try and get back for the black. It wasn't actually naturally a very straight shot, this. If you look at it, there is a slight angle to it, but he wanted to hit it straight. If he took the angle that it was on, screwing the cue ball to the right corner pocket somewhat. He's not getting in enough, is he, Carter? I'm afraid he's just not scoring now, and anything that's a half chance, he's not getting close to.
Sorry about that interruption in our coverage.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 11.
Content, in the absence of a better alternative, to leave Carter the possible red along the cushion. From virtually tight on the cushion.
Eight. Nine. 60. $17. $24. 25.
Well, certainly the red that he potted to start this break was very good. Ronnie was happy to leave it for him. And all of a sudden, he's looking slightly better.
32. $33.
Not bad. Red to the middle.
40.
Possibly one to the corner pocket as well. If that one will go, must be fairly tight. Just get there perhaps.
41. $48. 49. $55. 56.
He looked at the scoreboard then, he knows we have 29 points, 35 when this drops in. So red colour ready, he wants to be safe.
62. $63.
Amazing. Just started to hit the ball better. Ronnie got himself into a bit of a predicament, left Carter at a red. There it is. And yeah, that was probably one he had to take on, which made his mind up for him, probably helped him in a way. Ah.
70.
70 is the break, but the frame is not yet secure. He's got to put one more good red.
Was just able to get to the side of the blue so that he didn't have to use elevated cueing.
$78.
Still in with a chance of making a century. It's almost as if he was so far behind that he'd given up, certainly for the time being, any serious thoughts of winning. And maybe that's loosened his cue arm, because he's made these beautifully.
$90. 94.
Unorthodox positional shot. Bit of showtime about that one. But he completes the century nevertheless. An excellent 105 break gives Ali Carter his second consecutive frame. But Ronnie O'Sullivan still has a commanding lead. O'Sullivan still 14-9 ahead. However, I would say that O'Sullivan's just got to be a little bit careful here. His advantage has been reduced from 7 frames to 5, and if Carter gets another couple back, then it could put more wind in Carter's sails and just put a small seed of doubt in O'Sullivan's mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, obviously. And I think Ronnie would be delighted to win one of the remaining 2 frames of the afternoon, which means, of course, he's won the session by 5-3. 4-2 in the actual session currently. And it's possible that now Carter has made that century break. It might just get Ronnie going again. Carter really has to win both of these frames to have any hope whatsoever, I would say.
Thank you. Frame 24, Ali Carter to break.
The neutrals among the evening session ticket holders will be willing Carter on because they want to see as many frames as possible tonight, just not 2 or 3.
Yeah, Ronnie taking this on. He doesn't look comfortable on the shot. Starting it all over again. It's just off straight. It's not a particularly nice shot. Now he's seen Carter make a century. He knows that the match is still on, still alive.
That was difficult, and O'Sullivan was a long way out.
Yeah, he certainly was, and the way he played it, Kubel's come a bit out and pushed into a red, giving another chance to Carter.
One. Three. Four.
Yes, that red must have looked a long way away for O'Sullivan, more than 9 feet.
6. Ali Carter 6.
Well, it was a lot of work for 6 points, wasn't it? 2 reds, 2 yellows. So in the end, no harm done for O'Sullivan there.
And an easy ball missed for Carter. When you're several frames behind, you mustn't miss shots like that. Poor shot from O'Sullivan though, he's left this red.
Yeah, at the moment he's just not thinking straight, is he? He just tried to push it past the middle and hasn't been able to do so.
One.
When I was growing up, Ted Lowe used to commentate on Joe Davis versus another on a Saturday afternoon, and Ted used to say, and now Joe's on his favourite ball, the black, as if everybody else would rather be on the blue or something. But Carter's now on his favourite ball, the yellow, it would appear.
Seems that way, yeah. He's making no headway with these low colours. And you can't see anything beyond this yellow, I don't think. Might just take the 2 points and run, I don't know.
Ali Carter 3.
Carter's safety dreadfully short though.
This time O'Sullivan on the yellow, it would seem. This is a very low scoring frame so far. Don't know if he can get to the blue or not. He would like to have get it back on its spot, but he can't do so.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Certainly hit a bit of a flat spot, hasn't he, at the moment?
Well, I think that O'Sullivan thought it was a very big deal indeed to get 7 in front, and as you say, Neil, it just lost it for the moment.
Well, it's another peculiar old frame, this one, a strange old affair where neither player is scoring. You do feel, though, that where the balls are, should a proper chance come, Sullivan will be still capable of doing something. Carter's made a century in the previous frame, so it's all isn't quite lost yet, although it kind of feels that way at the moment.
Oh, Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Well, a bit unlucky to knock the yellow in. Looks like a go again to me. And to O'Sullivan. Well directed, knew that there were two reds covering any red which finished more or less on the pocket.
That was a strange old shot, wasn't it? It was very attacking, and at the moment he's kind of paying for those sort of errors, isn't he? This is a proper chance now. Carter messing around on reds and yellows earlier. All of a sudden, a good chance.
1.
Well, he's luckily on the brown. Not a particularly controlled shot there.
O'Sullivan's shot was an attempted screw back into baulk, but if you move lots of reds at pace, there's always a chance one of them's going to finish over a pocket.
Six.
Very good chance now.
Yeah, with not a load to do, you'd say. Red's all in the middle of the table. Low value colours there.
12.
Well, looking like he could win 3 frames in a row here, so things looking a little bit more serious now for O'Sullivan. He's gone from cruising to not quite doing so now.
$19. Sure.
Yeah, tried to screw back into baulk, O'Sullivan did, and also to move the red from the pocket.
I suppose looking back on the shot, you know, it looked a bit reckless, but
20.
you could also say that he was a bit unlucky, as you said at the time. You know, he tried to guide the cue ball back, which he did, and the red just strayed up into the baulk area.
$27. $28.
Ah, not such a good shot there. He's hoping that the blue will go. Not on the black perfectly. Pink doesn't go in the middle, I don't think.
Didn't quite get the cannon on the black right.
He played that one well enough.
33.
Not all that far to go now to clinch his third frame in a row.
$37.
No, just crept past the red. Just about so he can get to that one, which passes the black, as you see.
$38.
Lead of 42, so 48 with this, and red colour after that required.
$44.
Well, about 40 minutes ago, this match looked effectively over,
$45.
but Carter's bringing it to life again. He's still a long way back, but he is starting to claw his way back sufficiently to give himself some sort of a chance.
52.
No, I completely agree. He's found his cue action again, found his rhythm.
53.
You get the feeling now that the final frame of this session is quite an important one. 15-10 O'Sullivan, he would be pleased with his afternoon's work. Not so if he loses it, that'll be 4 in a row.
3 in a row for Carter then. O'Sullivan at one time led by 7. Now he leads only by 4. O'Sullivan leads by 14 frames to 10. One more frame to come this afternoon. Now, although O'Sullivan has been the outstanding player in this championship, it wasn't easy to predict from the season's results because the titles were spread out so thinly. Judd Trump won the UK, Neil Robertson won the Masters, and then if we look at the other ranking tournaments, Mark Selby, Stuart Bingham, Stephen Lee, Mark Allen, Peter Ebden, O'Sullivan himself, won each. So you couldn't say that O'Sullivan came in here as the dominant player, even though the bookmakers' odds suggested that they fancied him quite keenly for the title.
Yeah, his prices went in a lot when they saw him beat Peter Ebden, because that was potentially an early troublesome match for him. He played well in that match, and at that point, there's Ebden himself, the man who O'Sullivan beat in the first round. And at that point, you know, it became apparent that Ronnie was playing well, and everyone knows how good he is.
25, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
I think this is quite a big frame, you know, 15-10, and it's, you know, as you were really, 14-11. We've still got a match on, and it would gnarl away at O'Sullivan, having lost 4 in a row, I would suggest. And whatever tiredness he's feeling will be
This is the final frame.
made worse by that. This is the final frame of the session. I think Ronnie just inquiring with referee Michaela Tabb to guarantee that that was the final frame. And say this is quite an important one now, you feel? Not necessarily match changing, but an important frame, and O'Sullivan starting to look a little bit weary.
It seems that O'Sullivan has made one of the oldest mistakes in the world. He's got a commanding lead and allowed himself to think that the match is effectively over.
Also, though, he was slightly fooled into it by the way that Carter played early. You know, he could hardly pot a ball. Going into the pink first there, and all of a sudden he sprung into life there, hasn't he? With a good century, followed by that telling break in the previous frame. So, in some ways, you kind of lulled him into it.
Turn your earpieces down, please. They're a bit loud.
Michaela Tabb just reminding some members of the audience who've purchased the earpieces through which they can hear the host broadcaster's commentary, just reminding them to turn the volume down a bit.
You want to put it up, Liam?
Ronnie just overseeing all this. He's doesn't always take a keen interest in this kind of stuff, does he? When
This way.
question of replacing the balls, but he knows the importance of all this now, this frame.
Yeah, that's what I thought,
You think it was pink?
I think at the moment Michaela's trying to read from the screen rather than
Because Ronnie thinks it was.
No, this red went past that red, but not into the pocket.
rather than completely be guarded by O'Sullivan. He's got to just
past this red into the pocket, but not past that red.
Oh, right, you want it up there a wee bit like that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much
well, obviously both players have to agree on this. It's not all about O'Sullivan,
Like,
but I think he's got a point. I think he's saying that that red goes. So both balls need to be just moved up fractionally, I would say. This is where the marker comes in. Gives his take on what he can see on the monitor.
I do completely agree with using
Okay.
video evidence
All right.
if
I'll
it's
leave that for
available.
Interestingly, Ali never got involved in that, and Ronnie did. Quite unlike Ronnie to well, I think he's making a joke, but he's actually making a serious point about where he thought the cue ball was.
Leo? Aye.
Difficult this, isn't it? I never think it looks very good.
Okay.
Takes a while to get things as they were. Well, he's Playing a different way out of it. Odd this, because it doesn't look like the shot he played first time's on. It looks like the brown's in the way of going the one cushion.
Peter Ebden, Carter's mentor of the moment, leading the applause there.
Nice safety shot that from O'Sullivan. Well weighted, well directed.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Too thick. And it's not so much the 4 away for the in-off, but the long red that he's offered to O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan almost 7 out of every 10 for long pots. Some of which have been easier than others, of course.
Well, for a second it looked like he was going to knock a red in. But significantly, has he got on one?
6.
Nothing easy there, I don't suppose. But going near the pocket's not helped matters at all. So, does that red on the end go? It's probably half a pocket. Yeah, it might pass the other one, but this has got to be played accurately. This doesn't go to the left jaw, no chance. Oh, it's a good shot. That's a good shot. He was cool about that. That was not easy.
Young Ronnie at the front. Like most fathers, O'Sullivan is a doting dad.
Nearly hit the red. You just feel that this would be the difference this frame between Ronnie being disappointed or being pleased with his afternoon's work. Having won 5 out of the 8 frames from leading 10-7, you've got to say that would be a very pleasing afternoon. But
13.
To lose 4 in a row at the end, I don't think it would be. Delicate little shot to hold there. Play red to pink in the
19.
left middle once again.
20.
And it looks as if this is the sort of frame that O'Sullivan likes. A clear-cut break building opportunity rather than
26.
a scrappy fragmentary frame.
I think he's a bit straight on that red to the right corner.
$27.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Pretty well played, that.
$33.
And if he at times wasn't focusing quite so intensely in the last few frames, he's certainly
34.
focusing intensely now.
He doesn't like the scrappy frames, there's no doubt about that, but what he can do in situations like this is not reliant on the black. I mean, he's such a tremendous player around the black spot. One of the all-time greats, but he can make breaks around the blue and pink. We've seen it do it before a few times. And he's doing it here. Been playing 8 hours to get to this stage.
39.
Again, Ronnie breaking all the rules by changing his mind on the shot. I think
40.
he considered playing onto the pink into the left middle. Didn't get up. It's not what you're meant to do, but he can do it, I suppose.
$46.
This is missable.
Could be a left-handed shot here.
Yeah, sure. $53. $54. $60.
So this is frame ball.
It's strange how it can go in a long match like this. You can just get your game back all of a sudden.
64.
I think he's just playing safe here. I don't think he's interested in continuing the break.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 64.
O'Sullivan needed to refocus, and he did with that 64 break, which looks like being a frame winner. A lead of 15-10 would leave O'Sullivan needing 3 of tonight's scheduled 10 frames to claim the title for the 4th time.
Well, it's a good shot, but it's not a snooker. That's the bottom line.
That is, but there are quite a few reds to hit.
Yeah, and of course, I don't know whether Peter Ebden said anything to Ali Carter, but yesterday he conceded twice when just one snooker was needed. And he might have said to him, look, you've got to carry on, and you never know. You're not going to win a frame unless you try to win it. So that's probably why he's carrying on here. But I doubt if this will be rewarding or not. But you've got to be seen to be trying, I think.
Well, there are the odd instances on the professional circuit where frames have been won from 4 snookers needed, even 5, but they're extremely rare.
Well, they're rare in a number of ways. One is because most players don't even carry on under those circumstances. But if they do, it doesn't happen very often either. Well, that was pretty unwise, wasn't it, to try and hit a thin one like that. It's not a free ball.
Ali Carter, 4.
But it isn't far away from being one. That was not a shrewd shot from O'Sullivan. Just don't try and hit an edge is the message there, not when your opponent wants snookers.
Well, just 1 snooker needed now, assuming that Carter pots blacks with all remaining reds.
He's put Ronnie back in. That's an odd shot. I mean, obviously Ronnie's lucky not to have rattled this cue ball and gone in behind the brown and left the free ball. Surely Ronnie will just knock this in, won't he? Oh, he's not trying to.
But it is inexcusable, really, to give points away from unsnookered positions when your opponent needs snookers. O'Sullivan has this red, though, to put the frame beyond doubt.
One.
So O'Sullivan is going to have a 5-frame advantage going into
7.
the final session this evening. He resumed
8.
this afternoon the 10-7 lead. Won the first 4 frames. Looked as if he was going to be running away with it, but relaxed his concentration slightly.
10.
Carter picked up his game, made a century, 105.
11.
And in turn, O'Sullivan has responded when he needed to take the last frame of the session.
18. 19.
O'Sullivan has won, we can now say. 5 of the afternoon's 8 frames.
25.
Which is satisfactory from his point of view.
$28. 30. 33.
So just with this closing flurry, O'Sullivan reminding us what an easy game it is,
37.
if you happen to be a genius.
$42. $48.
A lovely 55 clearance to finish off the afternoon session. Ronnie O'Sullivan leads Ali Carter by 15 frames to 10 and will need only 3 of this evening's 10 frames to secure the title for the 4th time. The evening session starts at 7:30 British time. We hope that you'll join us then to see the conclusion of this great championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stephen Hendry. Stephen, we can hardly hear ourselves down here. It's one thing to win like a champion. It's another thing to bow out like a champion. A maximum, knocking out the defending champion, and your 19th Crucible quarter-final. You're going out in style.
Perhaps not with a quarter-final, but yeah, to make a maximum, my last visit here was something special. I've had so many great memories here. I've been so fortunate to have such a brilliant career, so to leave here tonight is fantastic.
All the accolades, all the trophies, everything that's ever been written about what you've done. What will you miss most about the game, and in particular, this historic venue here?
Walking down them stairs, but with a cue in my hand. This was more nerve-wracking, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest, Stephen Hendry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your referee for tonight, Michaela Tab. One minute to go, ladies and gentlemen. You were generous with Mr. Hendry. Please make sure you absolutely raise the roof for these two guys who will lay on a spectacular climax for you tonight. Less than a minute to go. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Snooker's comeback king of 2012, Ali Carter. And his opponent, the three-time champion of the world, blink and you'll miss him, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
This is LiveWorldSnooker.tv, bringing you the fourth and final session of the best of 35 frames final of the Betfred.com World Championship from the Crucible Theatre, Sheffield.
Thank you. Frame 26, Ali Carter to brick.
And Ali Carter has it all to do. Trailing Ronnie O'Sullivan 15-10. First to 18. Takes the title. And the first prize of £250,000. So O'Sullivan needs 3 frames. The way things were going this afternoon, it looked as if he might need less than that, but Carter put together a run of 3 straight frames when he was 7 behind before O'Sullivan won the last of the afternoon.
Yes, and an electric atmosphere tonight at the Crucible, and for all their tiredness, weariness and all the matches and frames they've played, I'm sure there'll be one last push from both of them. Played 8 hours and 30 minutes here in this final, but a lot of frames and a lot of thought patterns and everything that goes with being here over the last 2.5 weeks.
refused the pot because the cue ball was going straight into the bunch. Well, you know, even if Carter loses, he can look back on the fantastic reception that he got coming into the arena on the final night. You can't buy those sort of moments. In the second round, Carter came from 3 down with 4 to play to beat Judd Trump, expected by many to win the title. He survived a very tough quarter-final against the Welsh qualifier Jamie Jones, 13-11. In the semi-finals, he beat Stephen Maguire of Scotland. He was second favourite for that match in most people's books, and throughout the championship he's been advised by Peter Ebden, sitting there on the right in Carter's box.
Didn't make it there very far up the table because of the jaws of the middle pocket. It would take an awful lot for O'Sullivan to be beaten tonight, you think, from here. He's won every session, albeit narrowly. 5-3, 5-4, 5-3 to get to this point. But he'd have to lose the last session very heavily to lose.
In fact, he'd have to lose it 8-2.
Sullivan's been up there in the high 90s pot success throughout, so that's going to have to change if he's going to lose this session as easily as all that. Coupled together with that, I think his game has just held up slightly better in this final. Both players had tough games in the semi-finals, but they came through them relatively comfortably. 17-12 was the margin of victory for Ali Carter against Maguire. That was Stephen Maguire. That was a good performance, and Ronnie O'Sullivan was pushed hard against Matthew Stevens, who I think played as well as I've seen him for a long time. 17-10 it was.
7.
Michaela Tabb refereeing her second World Final at the Crucible.
Obviously he had no idea 2 shots ago that the cue ball was going to land on the blue spot, but he's now looking to do a bit of damage down that end.
11.
Played it well enough, but they've not really split all that greatly. And if he's going to play on the pink, he's got to screw right up the table, up towards the right-hand middle pocket, along that sort of line. Well, he's made sure he went far enough, if anything, too far. But if he does pot this, it will again disturb the reds.
Can he get through to a potable red?
I would say no. He's already looking down. He's already walked down to the bulk end. You know, he's unlucky there not to be on something easier, or something at all, in fact. The fact that he's taken a walk down to the bulk end, I think he's already looking about getting somewhere in behind green, but looking to get to the cushion, I would say. Well, that one goes. Well. Take it all back. He did a whole lap of the table there for some reason.
19.
It's a surprise to me that it potted. So it wasn't so unlucky after all then.
That's the O'Sullivan box.
He's really chancing his arm. It's a number of times he's gone into them now in various ways. All this for 22. It's been a tough break. At some point, you might have to call it quits here.
Well, he has a potable red, but where does the colour come from?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 22.
O'Sullivan will want to conclude the business as quickly as possible, I'm sure. Immaculate length safety from Carter, whose safety throughout the match has often been good enough to slow O'Sullivan right down. %87% of Carter's safeties have been good enough to prevent O'Sullivan potting a ball. Next shot.
Swinging the cue ball round in behind the yellow would be the angle here of attack. Nicely done. That is perfect. Perfect weight.
O'Sullivan has won 4 UKs, 4 Masters. He's able to make it 4 World Championships tonight.
A fine safety from both players. O'Sullivan, you feel more threatening with it. Carter just having to respond by getting the cue ball back, and there's someone who could play safe, Ray Reardon.
6 times world champion, and on the 6th occasion at the Crucible in 1978.
Nearing his 80th birthday, and he's looking well for it, isn't he? One of the greats of the game, that man. Dare say he would be enjoying this safety battle we're seeing here. Right up his street.
Well, there's no escape down the right. That's the problem. As Carter looks at it. Couldn't attempt to be creative with that safety. Ray Reardon, of course, did advise O'Sullivan for a while. He talked a lot about shot selection, which is such an important part of the game.
It's taking a long while on this.
Damien Hirst, the multi-millionaire artist, in the middle of that picture. A good friend of O'Sullivan's. Between the man with the beard and the lady on his left. Well, it looked almost inevitable that he was going to cannon a second red there.
He's been starved out of any of the action from the point where he took 3 frames in a row. He's gone 35 minutes now of playing time without plotting the ball, as Ali Carter. That was the last frame this afternoon, and what we've seen tonight, where Ronnie has kept him pretty cold. That's okay. Any hopes of a comeback from Carter, you feel, had to result in him winning this opening frame again. And all those sort of important frames, he's not quite been able to win in this final. He's had his moments, but not the big frames, you feel. Every time there's been one, O'Sullivan's won it.
Eight.
As soon as O'Sullivan gets round the black spot, you think he's going to win the frame at this visit.
9. $15. $16.
Well, still plenty on here. Choice of 3 reds. Black plots to the right corner as well.
22.
So there's just nothing to worry about. This is how he likes them, lined up.
23. 30. 31. 38. 39.
So 68 will be in it with 67 on once this black is sunk.
46. 47.
The O'Sullivan box.
$54. 55. 62.
Well, they're getting into the spirit of it up there.
63.
What a memory for young Ronnie. He'll be able to say, I'm pretty sure I was there when my dad won the World Championship for the 4th time.
70.
Yeah, he played an odd shot there. Most unlike Ronnie, that shot. Where he didn't have the cannon as he wanted it, but it makes no difference whatsoever.
So with that 70 break, Ronnie O'Sullivan comes within 2 frames of the title. He leads Ali Carter by 16 frames to 10.
Announcement, would John Macker please make his way out of the arena and find the duty manager, please? John Macker, thank you.
So all that Ali Carter can do is his best, just battle it out to the end, even though defeat looks inevitable. Absolutely nothing to be gained by throwing the towel in. Pride of performance is very important, win or lose. And there are a lot of people watching who would like to see him play.
Yeah, he's done himself proud in this championship because it was only 2 years ago he reached the semi-finals, and
Thank you. Frame
back in
27,
2008 he
Ronnie
reached the
O'Sullivan
final,
to
so he's
break.
got a good record here. Came into this championship with no form at all. It's brought out the best in him. But it looks like he's going to fall at the final hurdle once again.
As he did in 2008 to O'Sullivan, when the score was 18-8. In fact, in 11 attempts, he's yet to beat O'Sullivan.
It's a very well played safety shot.
Ebden-esque, one might say. His mentor of the moment, Peter Ebden, a master of the tactical and safety game.
Needs cover, and he's got it. It was a mistake. And as Ali Carter came to the table, he had a quick look up at the monitor there, which told him that he was snookered before he got to the table itself. Now, what's he seeing here? Well, this is a very risky shot. Very dangerous shot that. Try and cover the red with the balls there as you see, and even if he has covered it, it might not be covered via the cushion where he can knock this in, but I mean another half a ball run, he was on it directly. You might just be able to swerve it, play it with left hand side, take it round the green slightly and make the pot a possibility. Yeah. The shot that Ali Carter played made me think that he doesn't really fancy it now. He's played so well, but he didn't. I thought he was dropping into the reds at first. He took a risk there. The thing about this shot is it's not only not the most difficult shot to just bend around the green, with the black going to the right corner, it's a natural to stay on for the black.
Nine.
Another good shot, but he's knocked the two reds safe below it, which is a bit unfortunate there.
Having to raise the butt of the cue and not having much angle to work with, that was always missable even for him.
Carter's over 42 minutes since his last pot, so of course that spans over the end of this afternoon and the start of this evening. It's quite a while, isn't it, to be sitting there without knocking the ball in. Ronnie would have liked to have made it longer, but should break that sequence now. 43 minutes, there you see it.
One.
Win or lose, what we're all delighted about is that Carter is restored to health. Since 2003 he's been suffering from Crohn's disease, which is an inflammatory bowel condition.
Six.
And it plays him up from time to time. Sometimes he keeps it under control with medication.
Seven.
And at present, he's kept it at bay for a few months with a wheat-free and dairy-free diet. His break of 105 was made this afternoon during a three-frame winning streak, which started when he was 7 frames behind. Well, it might have been a springy bounce, but it might have been human error involved as well. Did seem to spring off the cushion rather vigorously.
Yeah, I think it was a big bounce, which I suppose you have to be sort of half ready for it, but then the time when you do make the allowance, I suppose it won't happen. Some cushions are bouncier than others on this table. He's going for this, he's very close to it, and it's no guarantees that he'll get it. I suppose he could play thin off it for safety, but that will be sort of slightly frustrating choice of shot. And when you're very, very close like this, it's so difficult to work out the angle. Oh, he's played that well. Confidently played, actually, for a shot that you sort of sensed that he might miss because of his annoyance of the previous shot.
.21. 26. .27.
Clear-cut chance to win the frame, this.
.32. .33.
Well, he gets some applause, but it's not actually worked out that well. He's got a choice of about 3 reds, all of them with a degree of difficulty in the shot, mostly with regards to where the cue ball will finish. Should get this red all right, to the right middle. Also avoid bolt colours. Which he's done.
41. .44.
Can clinch the frame without the assistance of the 2 awkwardly placed reds.
.48. .49.
Certainly the standard has been better tonight than we saw perhaps in some of the frames this afternoon and a few towards the end of last night's session as well. For the reasons I explained, really, that you get this far down the line and you know you win or lose, there's not much more snooker to be played.
56.
And there's a lot of pride involved as well. A real buzz in the crucible. Every reason why these two have played so well all the way through. Would acquit themselves well again tonight, but a couple of times in the match they've both hit pretty flat spells.
Ali Carter, 64.
It certainly should be enough.
Yeah, he'd be annoyed to have missed that because while it should be enough, it's one snooker. And that's not beyond O'Sullivan. Would like to be able to pop one of these two reds in this visit, though. I'm not sure if he's got the angle to dislodge one. Going to try it. Not particularly good.
8.
I'd like to get down to one red if possible. Just very thin off this and weight one, I suspect. Wants to try and snooker him on the red behind the black. He wants to leave that there if possible, which he's done. Well, Carter's not only got to hit this, but he's got to make sure he doesn't stick the red. If he does, he could be in trouble. Because Sullivan will pop red and black, and then, as I say, get the snooker on the other one that's behind the black at the moment. That's a good shot.
That isn't chance for Carter to put the frame beyond doubt. Carter's an excellent rest player.
Don't check out like that, please. 14 in the frame. Ali Carter.
Carter wins the frame, but still trails 16 frames to 11. He's doing the only thing he can do, which is battling it out.
Very much so, battling it out. Ronnie O'Sullivan leaves once again. Carter still in the match. Just a quick, while we've got a moment between frames.
28, Ali Carter to break.
Now, if Carter can win one more frame, he will take the match beyond the mid-session interval. Ronnie Jr., real live wire. It's not a great shot yet.
Now, some excitement up there on the balcony. You feel that inevitably he will win. He's just been one step ahead, hasn't he, of Ali Carter for much of this match. You've just always felt that while he's not destroying him, he's not beating him out of sight. He's one step ahead, and maybe the odd little rub of the green here and there as well. But I don't think luck, in my heart, I don't believe luck has played a part in this scoreline. Looks a little bit weak.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Does Ronnie have it back? I suspect not. He probably believes that Carter is going to just play the shot better. So there is a half chance available here. So that's thinking pragmatically, I would say. Thinking it's worth taking the risk while it is there. And the red goes in. So he made the good decision. As I say, putting it back, he'd have been buried in amongst them, and that would have been the end of the matter.
Natural showman that he is, O'Sullivan would, I'm sure, like to finish in style.
Yeah, I think that's what he's all about, isn't it? He's always been an entertainer. He comes out to Let Me Entertain You by Robbie Williams. It's very fitting of O'Sullivan, isn't it? He's never, ever boring.
11.
I think in the past,
18.
he's sometimes been unduly disappointed simply by winning, rather than winning in the style he wants to. But
19.
in this championship, results have been everything.
Very unlucky there. Oh, that hurts. Don't do that. I mean, he played a nice little nudge to
26.
bring the black on, and then, you know, he didn't have the luck that he expected or hoped for there. But that would hurt. Just the way kneed the table there.
Well, the knee will give way before the table does.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 26.
Well, that was the shot that Ronnie played and looked perfectly safe to me and acceptable. Ali's reply has left this half chance, perhaps. Worked out perfectly, but it was a very good long red.
Hit it right on the button.
Six. Seven.
It's gone a little bit too far for this blue. He can still pot it, but he doesn't have the same control of the cue ball with that angle as he would like. He comes off the left of the pack. The cue ball's edging towards the left corner. He's played it to avoid the pack. It's a good shot, but he had to play it slowly to get that kind of a reaction.
12. 13. $18. $19.
On the brink of 17, 11 and 1 away. There is a bit of work to do. There's a red that pops to the right corner, which Ronnie has spotted.
$26. $27.
Now, is he looking at a plant? Perhaps the reds can't be shifted from the angle he's got on the black. So, plant to the right corner, he's certainly eyed it up.
$34.
Yeah, I think he has to make this. He's looked down, we haven't quite seen the line of it yet. Just about went in off the left jaw. And another frame is over. It doesn't take Ronnie long to win frames. In 2 visits to the table, albeit, but it reels them off quickly.
41. $46. $46 on the frame.
Well, O'Sullivan rather lashed at that, but he knew he'd won the frame by then, and it's the frame which brings him within 1 of the title. 17-11 is his lead. He needs just 1 more, and all that Carter can do is keep plugging away. But O'Sullivan has not been in serious trouble, not in serious danger of defeat in this entire championship. Sorry to be talking about O'Sullivan while the pictures are on Carter, but we're not in communication with the host broadcaster. That gesture was came from Carter because he broke a 4-frame losing streak this afternoon.
Thank you. Frame 29, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
But as I was saying, O'Sullivan hasn't been in serious danger of defeat in any of his matches. The toughest was a 13-10 quarter-final against Neil Robertson of Australia, the 2010 champion. But otherwise, he's won by the proverbial street. There's a shot there of Ronnie's mother, Maria, next to Ronnie Jr.
6.
That's that lady just leaning forward.
7. 14. 15.
O'Sullivan up to 93% pot success rate for the tournament. Bit unlucky with that pack opener though.
Yes, just when he would like to have gone out with a blaze of glory and won the match in one visit, the break will come to an end. Some noise in the crucible there. Pretty loud as well. Don't think it came from the actual commentary box. But there was something taking place.
21.
Damien Hirst, the artist, just turning to the bearded man. A wide variety of people are interested in snooker. Hugh Edwards, the BBC newsreader, is one of them. He likes to spend his Saturday afternoons playing with his son.
Plenty of people worldwide, Clive, from all over the place. From Vancouver in Canada, places like that. We've been receiving people watching snooker. And, from Madison. People enjoying this final, and somebody from Chicago, Vinnie Warren. Lots of people loving snooker all around the world, and it's a pretty important match to be tuning into, isn't it? The world final. It gets no better than this.
It's a shame in a way that it's not closer, because I do think that above all else the public likes drama, but from O'Sullivan's point of view, he wants to win as quickly and easily as he can.
Yeah, you can't always have close finals. As we love to think about the 1985 final on the black, and other finals have gone down to the last frame where Peter Ebdon was the champion. It's happened before, hasn't it? But we also had an 18-3 one year, didn't we, where Steve Davis beat John Parrott, and that was over before it started, really, wasn't it?
Indeed.
There's been some very close finals throughout the season. Of course, matches have gone down right to the wire, including the tournament that preceded this. The man up in the Carter box there, Peter Ebdon, was a 10-9 winner over Stephen Maguire. So we do get some close finishes, but this World Final has been competitive, but ultimately you feel that Ronnie is going to win this with frames to spare. It certainly looks that way. It would take a comeback and a half as we tick up to 9 hours of match play.
Spread over 5 matches, a player has to win 71 frames to win this marathon of the mind.
Well, it certainly goes in stages, this tournament, whereby you get through the first round and players are in great form, and then perhaps continue that way in round 2 over 25 frames, but then it becomes more about the inner metal, I would say, and stamina. The technique has to hold out for a couple of weeks as well, which is never easy.
And you have to be prepared to play dozens and dozens of times from tight on the baulk cushion, as Carter is here.
Yeah, and of course the other thing is the game has never been so easy that you're not going to get a bad day at the office during that time, and it's how you get through those. When players are not at their best, can they grind out 3 or 4 frames in a session of 8, stuff like that, when perhaps, you know, other players might have lost 7-1 or 8-0, and then of course their chance is gone. The good days almost look after themselves. The good sessions, the days when you feel great from the first shot, it's the not such good days that have got to be addressed. That's one of Ronnie's worst at long range. We didn't get overly close to that one.
Didn't like that, did he? Ronnie O'Sullivan once remarked that his career started when he was 8. His father built a snooker room for him on the end of the house. It was quickly apparent that he was an extraordinary talent. A junior prodigy. One of the game's few authentic geniuses, although he still had to work at it.
Well, there's no question he has to work at it, but it is the way that he does it, and that's why you use that word genius. And you know, I must admit, I know it can be an overused word in sport, but really, when it comes to the way that this man plays snooker, I think it really does apply. I mean, he has to work at it, but it comes incredibly naturally to Ronnie O'Sullivan. All the shots.
9.
Some players might struggle in certain departments of the game, even great players do, but Ronnie can do just about anything if he puts his mind to it on this
10.
table.
And it's not just technique, it's the instinctive shot selection.
Well, that required a lot of pace on the cue ball there to swing the white across and down and behind the red. It wouldn't have been done without that kind of force.
16.
In some ways, this might be the most pleasing championship that man wins. He's won that cup 3 times before, that
21.
trophy. I suppose the first will always be in his memory, but you know, he had been written off, and he hasn't played in all the tournaments. And when he won in Germany, it was his first for a long time earlier in the year. But in some ways, you know, this might mean the most to him.
All the famous names on the trophy, including his.
22.
Grand old trophy, 85 years old, and it was bought with the entry fees of the players who entered the first World Championship, won by Joe Davis
29.
in 1927.
30.
No one doubted Ronnie's ability to win it again. It's always been there, as we've been speaking about, but you know, his resolve and his
37.
dedication, his discipline, his ability just to stomach the fight, if you like, everything that's required. I think people really did doubt. I honestly thought that there was the chance he might never win this title again, despite being a wonderful player.
Well, he's going to, and I do hope that he continues
45.
playing, perhaps not in every event. He's already said as much. But we really would miss him in events like this.
Yeah, a little look up to his family up there in the box, the balcony, and Ali Carter's done well, but really Ronnie O'Sullivan is one of the greatest players of all time.
54.
At his best, Ronnie O'Sullivan is simply the best. He hasn't produced his best at all times throughout this
61.
championship. Some worthy opponents, after all, have been trying to stop him. But what we can say is that over the last 7 days, he has been better than all the rest. Ronnie O'Sullivan beats Ali Carter by 18 frames to 11 to become world champion for the 4th time. They love each other to bits. That's his little daughter.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a final. As Ronnie celebrates, can I please ask you to show your appreciation for our gallant runner-up today, Mr. Ali Carter. Ali, come and talk
Ali
to us.
Carter gave it his best shot. He'll talk now to the BBC's Hazel Irvine.
Well, Ali, 2 finals, twice you've run into the rocket. To paraphrase the great Jimmy White, he must be beginning to annoy you now.
Yeah, maybe if he retires I might win it, who knows.
It's been quite a story, it's been quite a comeback. We've described you as the comeback kid, but at 7 frames to 14 down and looking down and out of it, how did you summon the tenacity to get out of your chair and come and make a fight of this evening?
I don't know really, I just kept punching and, you know, I'm disappointed with how I played in the final really. Ronnie put me under all sorts of pressure. His safety, you know, was matched mine, was better from ball 1. And obviously he scores when he gets in, he's just a genius, so all credit to him. You know, it's great to be in another final, but very disappointing to lose.
You know, in December, when we were at the United Kingdom Championship, you told everyone that you would seriously consider retiring after this event. But since then, you've turned your health and your form around. What are your plans now, Ali?
Well, you know, obviously I've come back to playing half decent again and feeling a lot better in myself. So obviously I'll carry on playing for a bit. But hopefully, if I can keep me health and everything right, then I'll carry on.
Ali, do you believe one day you can come back and win this thing?
Well, I've been to 2 finals, so you know it takes a lot to be a winner. But yeah, I believe I can win it one day if Ronnie retires.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ali Carter, congratulations. Great to see him back to health and indeed to form. Here. Mission accomplished for a 4th time here. How hard won has this title been?
Oh, it's just, it's hard. It's very, very hard. I just got, you know, for anyone to come here and you know, stand 17 days. It's an endurance test. It's like the equivalent of the Ironman. I don't think it's so much about the snooker, to be honest with you. I think it's more about just controlling your emotions and being able to hold it together. And I was able to do that over 17 days. But, you know, I want to congratulate Ali on a fantastic tournament. He's had another brilliant tournament. He's a top 3-4 player in the world. You know, he hasn't been well, and he's come back to have a brilliant tournament. He showed everyone here at Sheffield and everyone watching what a fantastic player he is. So I just want to, you know, he's had another brilliant World Championship. So, and it's been great here all week with all these fans. You know, I've come here to try and entertain this tournament because I just wanted to show people what I was capable of, and you know, that was my main intention.
You've done that all right. And you know, so much commitment and passion and desire to win this world title. And when we look back at it, even in the last few months, what's changed for you in the last year? And I just wonder how much you owe to Dr. Steve Peters and the work that you've been doing with him.
Well, I wouldn't have been playing if it wasn't for Steve. You know, I wouldn't. I said to him when I first met him, I said, I really don't want you to be able to help me. And he said, that's the normal answer I get when people come to see me. So he said, but you're an easy case. And, you know, I've just stuck in it all year and we've worked together, and it's been a rocky, it's been tough because I've had to face things that I probably didn't want to face. And once I face them, I think, really don't want to keep facing them. Sometimes you just want to run. But I try to give it a go, and I give it a go this season. And I've managed to win 3, well, I don't know how many comps I've won, but this just tops it all, you know. So a few people doubted me, but I'd rather them not doubt me. I'll let them know when I'm not ready and when I've gone. But I certainly ain't gone yet.
That's great to hear, because that was the next question, really. You said after the semi-final, if you could bottle that winning feeling after winning that semi-final, you'd keep playing for 300 years. So what is the plan now? How many more world titles could you target, Ronnie? I'm not going to put a number on it. I'm not even going to make any decisions at the moment. You know, I'm having a good 6 months off. I'm going to enjoy my time with this little man here, my little daughter, and I'm going to have a nice, good break, and I'll assess the situation. But it's all good. So, you know, everything's, well, you know, we just enjoy the moment. Special to share it with Ronnie Jr. Did you hear him? He shouted, "Come on the rocket," a couple of times.
I know, I could hear him whispering, and then he said, "Come on, Dad," and I was like, oh, you know.
Fantastic, well done, Ronnie.
It's ain't the time to get emotional, you know, but, you know, just, when I see him this morning, I just thought, you know what, it just puts everything in, you know, the pressure lifted, because, you know, just to see him, you know, was just the best thing.
Ronnie and Ronnie Jr., it's been wonderful to see you both here on this arena floor. Congratulations, well done, Ronnie. Your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Lovely words from the champion. Lovely emotions. Ronnie and his little boy. And we've got a little daughter as well.
Please welcome your presentation party. Barry Herman, the chairman of World Snooker, and Fred Doan, boss of Betfred.
So to the presentations.
Your
Barry
runner-up,
Hearn, chairman of World
what a
Snooker.
17 days he's had. What a brilliant end to a tough
O'Sullivan
season.
there.
Ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation for Ali Carter.
Congratulations from Barry Hearn. Carter takes away the medal and also a cheque for £125,000.
Receiving the trophy, the cheque for £250,000, and the title, 2012 Betfred.com World Snooker Champion, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Fred Doan, the guiding spirit, the founder of Betfred, with his brother. What great sponsors they are. Joyous scenes, great moments. Perhaps just a word there for the man on the left, Barry Hearn, who's revitalised the snooker circuit in his tenure as chairman of World Snooker. But at the Crucible, primarily, it's all about the players, and at the very end, it's all about the champion, a great champion. He's got more world titles in him, and we all hope to see him competing for them. So there we have it. A few more photographs for the press. And Ronnie O'Sullivan, I'm sure, will feel like $1 million tomorrow morning. His name goes on that trophy again. And how much he's deserved it in these last 70 days. I don't think I've got any more to say. Have you got any more to say, Neil?
No, just that I was never certain this day would come again, not because of ability. It's great to see Ronnie world champion again, and you know, for all his issues, you know, he's a genuinely proud and happy man, isn't he? And that is just so important for someone like Ronnie O'Sullivan. A great player, but a proud champion tonight.
He can be eccentric, but I've known him pretty well for 20 years, and underneath it all, he's got a warm and generous nature. I'm pleased for him. That's it. Give the trophy to Mother to handle. So the actors leave the stage, this most famous stage in snooker. And from liveworldsnooker.tv, from me, Clive Everton, and my colleague Neil Folds, it's time to say goodbye for now, but the new season will soon be upon us, and we hope to have your company then.